Whew. So, like I was saying, about like an hour ago, there was a pretty serious tornado warning in my area. Seems to be better now. But I hope that explains A, why I'm late, and B, if the stream goes down, it might not actually be Comcast's fault this time. So we'll just keep that in mind as we move forward. But last time we were here, we did get to the trial section of Chapter 5. I almost forgot what I was about to say. But we were investigating the crime scene that that led to Gina's arrest. We recognized the should I phrase this? We recognized the various circumstances that were leading up to Windibank getting shot. However, we did not find the two people that were there at the scene before, the shadowy figures that were there. But we did some investigating in the crime scene, and with Iris's help, we were able to determine that there were 3 sources of blood in the pawn shop, the pawnbrokery. There was Windibank's blood. There was an unknown blood source, and there was blood from Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason, which, upon some further investigation, led us to put together the fact that Mr. Magnus McGilded actually did commit the murder he was accused of. What's going on, Kansu? There was a tornado warning, so that's why the stream's a little bit late in my area. It was weird. It started off as a thunderstorm warning, then it changed to a tornado warning or tornado watch, then a tornado warning. Yeah, it was pretty weird. Will you be good? I mean, hopefully, right? I can only hope and pray that my internet connection stays up, and that I don't have to do any evacuation matters, right? But with that said, I think we've gotten to a perfect recap. We took some convincing, but we did get Miss Lestrade to accept us as her defender in this trial. So let's see if we can't learn some other things. Let's hope that my internet connection doesn't die out during the middle of it. But we're back. Oh, and what's the word? Fucking Susato is going back to Japan. So we might have no help or different help behind the defense stand today. Hopefully, right? There's one person I really would like to see there. That would be pretty cool. But when I awoke the following morning, Susato was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. And there she is. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend, then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, however you say it. I don't know. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. I had a feeling. Wagga hi! How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? There he goes. Great way to show your support, kitty. I have a nose around. What arm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Oh, would you like the good news or the bad news? You say Runa, Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Sounds like a dog's name? Well, it's a shortening. His name is Wagahai, but she calls him Waggy. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Right then, I'll give you the bad news first. Record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Uh-huh. The bad news was a weather report. So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Ah, yeah. Alright, and so what's the good news? Well, the rain forecast is to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Wouldn't that be the bad news? Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? Do you like that? And let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. I'm the type to ask for bad news first. I'll take the bad news second always. Because usually, like, the mentality is, right, like, get the bad news out of the way and then, like, try to lift yourself up with the good news, right? No. Me? Give me the good news first, right? Give me the good news and then tell me what I gotta prepare for. I like getting the good news first. Don't worry, Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be Discharge Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runa? Oh, yeah. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Oh, fucking great. I saw a tweet the other day that was, what did it say? It was like me playing Ace Attorney when someone hands me a very sentimental gift. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. Me when the fucking, when the gift gets added to the court record. Oh, this is going to be bad. So let's go ahead and take a look at today's newspaper. Hey. What does that say? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. Yeah, I think that's how I saw it, SNR. I was about to say, I saw it somewhere, I don't remember where, though. It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nation. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. You looking for a new career, Runa? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Alright. So, I'm gonna assume then that this is, irrelevant. Is she our assistant in this case? She has been for the most part. Huh? Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Put it down. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But, also, pause. Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jin? Well, I was wondering is all about Shones. Did they fix him up alright? Yeah, the operation was a great success. But apparently still hasn't come around yet. I can't wait for him to deliver some crucial evidence. Let's fucking go. I asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. Prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yeah, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runa. Oh, here we fucking go. About to be a whole lot of bullshit, I feel. Or Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. I was about to say, we haven't had a Kazuma shot anytime soon. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that... What do you mean she can't bring the launcher into a courthouse? She's been doing nothing but that. 17th of April, 10 a.m., Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. The trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. I was really hoping he would lose this, like, shifty-eyed, like, sprite by the last trial. I thought that would have been a nice touch. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the Public Prosecution Service? Wasn't like 5 years? They keep fucking saying it. It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. There are some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Wouldn't this have been good information to have, like, a while ago? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Thank you, Iris. Very, very helpful. Yeah, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Agnes McGilded. If I had known what a monster he was, I would have never defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Hey, what the fuck? What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. So there's some blatant racism, take a shot. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary wishes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. I didn't actually get a good look at them. Hey! Okay, so the maid is returning. The old, is this the same old man? Also, the guy, this is the fucking assassin. Or the revolutionary from Russia. The stenographer is back. Fucking Deb is back. Deadeye Deb is back. But what's this guy doing here? Also, I think, is this the only new juror that we have? Are you all ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, keep clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Okay. Whatever, dickhead. I don't understand it. I kind of left it in. It's not possible. But could I have? Oh, and now she's using a this is a fucking Morse device, right? But it's used to write a telegram, if I'm remembering correctly. Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. I like the little mouse friend. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. These jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, a proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Okay, so, like I said, bullet wound like this, you would see the threads of fabric fold in instead of out like they are here. Because when bullets, for anybody that doesn't know, bullets spin very fast. That's how they're able to go so straight. So it would allow the threads to ravel in as opposed to out. That's why I said this looks like an exit wound as opposed to an entry wound. As the court will observe, there was a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Okay, so maybe that's intentional then. Maybe they're trying to say that he wasn't shot by someone shorter, but he was shot by somebody taller, and they need me to prove that. But no other signs of trauma. It could be through and through. But hold on. I now ask the court to turn its attention to the plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. What's going on, Solaris Ayame? How you doing? Damn, we have a stacked fucking court record here. All right, top window bank, pawnbroker on Baker Street. Time of death 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party is us. Yay! Postmortem findings: single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings: instant death from a postero-anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Huh. Also, what was the doctor's name? Dr. Stevens. Okay. So, time of death 1 to 1:30, right? I feel, and I said this last time, I feel like those surveillance cameras that Shomes put in via pawnbrokery are definitely going to come into play here. And yeah, I mean, without seeing the front of the body, there's no way to tell, right? I'm down with that. Had to use my remaining money on band-aids and antibiotic stuff when I tripped and landed on a nail. Oof, fuck. Where was the nail at? Also, I hope that it's all good now. I mean, obviously there's going to be pain, right? I'm not an idiot, but no, like, fucking bad, super bad stuff, right? The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he had kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. My apartment steps got me right in the knee, and yeah, it ripped some skin. Yeah, no, you could definitely sue for that, you know, right? Maybe talk to your apartment manager and or like landlord and just start telling them, hey man, I don't want to take you to court. Maybe you should lower my rent or something. Or get this fixed. May further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. I really need that revolver entered into court evidence. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slums of the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jury's waiting for? we can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Was there ever a bullet found for Sholmes? IDK if I've missed much. We haven't gotten any. The only thing that we know about Sholmes right now is that he got out of surgery very well. He was up and walking around. As far as, I almost said Apollo, Naruhodo and Iris are concerned, we don't know if he's good. All we know is that surgery was a success, right? Now, in the same vein, like, we didn't get any information about the bullet that was put in him. We can't really do ballistics on that bullet, and there was a bullet in the calendar at the pawn shop. So if they're able to take the bullet that shot Sholmes and compare the two and see if they look like somewhat of a match, because they're still rifling on these barrels, you still would be able to determine what kind of ballistic markings are on the bullets if you can collect them. It won't be nearly as accurate as you would with modern day technology, but you can still do it somewhat, right? The only thing that we won't be able to, like, prove 100% to a T is if it's fired from the same gun. We can only say that they would be the same bullets, right? Also, the reason why I want to look at that other revolver, Windibank's revolver, is because it was known to only carry one shot, right? So if we look inside and that bullet was never fired, then that 100% clears Gina. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun to present its case. Well, did you hear the fucking crowd in here just speaking? Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Court will take the Ford plane and firearm and— yeah, fuck off! Yeah, give me that fucking gun! At once, my lord. Oh, shut that bullshit up. Woo! There are signs of a single discharge, however, this isn't good. Shut up. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun on hand, gun to hand on his shop counter. Yeah, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Alright, open this. Ah, fucking, come on. Can't find anything out of place. I want to open it up, right? I want to open the chamber. Maybe, because how this is supposed to work, right? You're supposed to press on this to get the cylinder to swing out. But I guess it's not gonna let me do that. I wonder if they don't want people jumping ahead. Maybe that's the reason. Can't do anything with the plunger. Yeah, no, I think the gun is completely useless right now. Or is it? Yeah, there's no way for me to tell if this gun was ever sufficiently loaded. Or if the bullet was removed. Because they said it's empty, right? Empty to me means there's not even a shell casing in the chamber, right? This cylinder would be 100% empty, right? If it doesn't have a shell casing in there, then it never had the bullet in there, or the bullet was removed, or the shell casing was removed, and we can't find the shell casing. See, there's a lot of stuff, because I'm a stupid person that likes guns, and I would be able to fucking figure some stuff out, but I can't right now, because gun. Hey, you. Hey, you. Got your Twitch Prime ready to go? Because I think it might be time for you to give that up, huh? How about that? How about you give up that that nice little Twitch Prime? Gotta just sitting there. You ain't doing anything with it. Alright, so nothing there. Floor plan. But yeah, no, it's I can't really, like, it says there's signs of a single discharge, right? But you would be able to see that on the barrel, but you can't examine the barrel. So I don't know. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runa. I think that's because it has. Cape off already? Damn, we're getting into it early. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses of the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on the 16th of April this year. Yeah, who we got? These are the guys. Well, not Gregson, but those two are the guys. Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Nash and Ringo. Occupation's, same as him. Mine's Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. Well, what they call... No. There's not three of you. What are you looking at that? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Well, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? Told you, bruv. Lost contact with him we have. We were scouring every shady corner of the capital. Then last night we come across you. Very spit of the old bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. Very spit of him. So, we decided there and then what we's gonna do. We was gonna call you... Big Bruv Skulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, with the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? Just the two? Oh, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, the brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. In the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far sinister crime. Jove! You mean to say... What an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Okay, so here's the thing. Where the fuck is Sholmes? The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, get it, bullet caliber, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and exactly what you saw. Happy to. Because a Skulkin is never Skulkin. Gregson, can you just pistol whip both of them real quick, please? Combine that. Get out of it. Alright, testimony time. Illegal entry. He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gas door was ajar, you see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. Once we got inside, poor blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. To see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. Never done nothing, we never took nothing, we just left after that, nice and quiet. Yeah, except you shot Take a shot. You shot Herlock. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't do shit? You just left and it was all quiet and shit? They look like Mario and Luigi? I don't remember Luigi being, like, this stupid. And I don't remember Mario's hair looking like this. Yeah, he looked all nice and quiet. Oh, fuck. I don't have Sholmes's, not autopsy, but hospital records. So I guess we just press. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't have time to even pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quietly, you say. That's what, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. We even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe. Yeah, come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night. Did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? This seems like the dumbest that this has ever been. Because there was literally evidence on the scene of the crime that proves that there was another shot fired. Not just the fact that Herlock was in the hospital, right? There was evidence at the crime scene that was another bullet very far away from the actual crime scene. Like, you should know that there was another shot fired. Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. It was. And this should, at the moment, dispel this entire witness testimony. This should be done. It's also very weird that they went up there in the first place, considering that they're under arrest. Herlock is up and walking around now, so he can actually describe the events of the night, right? And there was evidence at the fucking scene. This is just the this is probably the worst it's ever been. You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. But we'll hold the weapon as evidence. Alright. A single round was fired? Okay, so I'm gonna assume then that when they say a single round was fired, they're telling the truth. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
What's going on here? Am I losing my mind? Like, well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast to your incompetence and move on. Instead, these two fired the gun before they left Windibanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm and the pawnbroker shot that night? Fucking... Yeah, the blood reports. Yeah, the blood samples, right?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth do you have there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. How very racist of you. Take another shot. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in his portfolio. You claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Are we serious here? Are we...
Take that!
What is that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that... yeah. A bullet. If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is the credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. He's on a box. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? Don't throw it. That is the direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objection. What? Please, man. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire at the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in this soup. We had a deal. You aren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? The Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Ebony's friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. What fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. So that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas? What are you for now, bruv? Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Shaw. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question the pawnbroker... What? Okay. Well, where is he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to have taken pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, fuck. That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Got all of them? 8, 8:30, right? 9, 9:30. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of fried tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Lux loves his skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1, right, bro? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just on 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Well, I mean, first of all, terrible trigger discipline, Gina. Second of all, what the fuck is this? It's the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it. Jenny...
In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Winterbank. Also, we have their pistol added to the court record too, right? Yep, 2 guns. But again, not able to see inside the chambers is kind of fucked. Ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. Bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? It happened almost as soon as we walked through Winterbank's door. Make those brothers pay. Okay. Because, yeah, we should be seeing at least the cylinders on the side, they should be showing filled. Also, this is a fucking weird-ass revolver. Is this a break open? This is kind of cool. Right? Is that a Magnum? I don't know what fucking caliber it's chambered in. I don't think we've ever gone into that. But it looks like from at least, and this is very, 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 very rudimentary. It appears like the latch here is keeping the cylinder in place, right? So this just pulls up, and this latch just keeps it in place, allows it to rotate. Either that, or this little screw here allows the barrel to flip down, and then you can pull out the cylinder. But I believe the chamber falls away to the side. Well, there's no device that would allow it to fall away to the side. Like, there's no hinge, there's no button, right? There's not even a plunger at the front of the gun to expel spent casing. So if the fucking cylinder is supposed to swing out to the left or right, there would be some sort of device that connects to it Like this, you could say maybe, but it's not even in the right spot for that. Whereas if you look at the other revolver, you can see that it has these little buttons almost that would allow you to either press in on one of them to have it swing left or right. So there's a little bit of a difference there. Anywho, I say, my lord. Oh no, not Garrett. Wonder if I might put a word in at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally blow to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand in 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Sorry about that, got a phone call. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see? The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. Are you sure about that? And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? A manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garrett Squadron's position, sir. What? No! It's too soon! Status report for the court, men, and on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Is this the fucking surgeon that was operating on Sholmes, by the way? This old-ass man? Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Whoa! I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, here we go. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph! It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all the members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Jurors' contention. The evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket Tien. Housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. The fuck do you mean by that? I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. Don't tell me, right? Oh, this is gonna be fucking dumb. Oh, please don't do the stereoscopic bullshit. Like, that's only one. Like, that camera is only. See, that doesn't make sense. Like, how with how cameras work, stereoscopic like pictures, like, unless Herlock sent them up to be stereoscopic, they don't really work like that. Line made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and evidence do indicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bolly trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help. Hinder.
Afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Defense's rebuttal. Alright, so first and foremost, what do you mean? Because aren't the other two just as eyesorish as Gina?
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
The maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
My way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen. The scum of the earth.
A little harsh, perhaps.
Me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
Hey, they shot the detective.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Sholmes, a maid?
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyways.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement.
And then we do this with Juror 6, right? Yeah. They should swing for shooting the great detective, my god.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my. My statement? Contradictory?
Contradict. C-O-N. Juror number 6. Got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. I mean, he's right. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear?
Abdomen, ABD.
Sir?
Sorry. My English is still learning.
You are telling the court you didn't hear.
Forgive me, I did not hear.
Eh.
Here is what. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker.
Oh, who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
So, are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before that we never done nothing. The truth is they shot detective. This is double negative.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No!
Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal.
Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough! I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault though, sir.
I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry? But the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Jenny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor?
Tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were ever captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. It does seem to be the case. Wait, hold on. Did that shift over a second? I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print.
Well, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie.
Well, no.
They shot man, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You are right. I did not understood the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial.
Damn, okay. Hey, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation on our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Okay, so I need pre-shooting and post-shooting, right? And they're printing the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Can I, like, pull up, hop out, and legalize there are many dead fish? We must find truth, therefore I say not guilty verdict. So we have pre-shooting and post-shooting, right?
Because it looks like the books here shift over, right? Dog. Is that a dev dog? That probably is a dev dog. But without looking at them side by side, it's hard to tell, right? But I thought these shifted over. Okay, so let me see if I can give a good reference point to check, right? Okay, so this little space right here in between the scale and the back of the book here, let me go ahead and check that with this. It looks a little bit shorter. So yeah, it shifts over just a bit, right? Check the snowman pic real quick. I mean, it's the same picture, no? I can't really check it, I can just look at it like this. What's going on, Equinox? How you doing? Or maybe I'm crazy, maybe that is like the same exact space. No, it looks a bit different. I really want to be able to stereoscope these two, right? Anyways, let's take it at the top. Okay, so wait, what? So, oh yeah, because we only changed his mind, it doesn't matter. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at her. Alright. Brothers are scum, they should swing for shooting the great detective. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in the stereo, the truth will just pop out. Would... Because we haven't noticed anything from saying, you know, like, hey, we should look at these two next to each other, right? This looks like the picture we were handed earlier at the start. When they were shown back to back, it looked like the stack of books moved over. Just a smidge. I left it in there. I think there should be... I should think there'll be repercussions by now. So they're very clearly getting us to say that the bullet, he doesn't know if he removed it or not. I made up. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. I guess...
Hold it!
What do you mean? Sorry, radio transmission. What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Oh. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communications with our Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Give me one more second, y'all. Alright, sorry about that. Oop. Gotta remember that if I hit my... Because with like standard dialogue, scrolling will not give me a, what's the word? Scrolling will give me the next line, but in like this, scrolling up and down will give me the next people in line. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete their journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegrams, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. Makes my head hurt just by thinking about it. We're well informed, young lady. Cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to the four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy? Driving technological revolution. Stop. People say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. Is the guy gonna start screaming over there? I can't understand. Yeah, exactly. I really can't. They're just silly toys. He's pissed. Of course. So, hey, dickhead.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? You perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3 dimensions. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through the stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues that you've never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Well, fucking golly. Yeah, we got a couple.
How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
What? What?
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying that you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that is really important. So, what happened if you use 2 photographs that are the exact same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally, anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have! Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera, Runo. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo?
No? I'm just not very good at this. That's the trouble.
Oh, don't worry, I have just the thing. I happen to bring with me a portable stereoscope.
I know I mentioned this yesterday, but if you had that contraption with you from the outset, it could have saved me staring at Mr. Winterbank and Gina like I hate them all that time.
And if you remember, I said in reply that it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Anyway, why don't we try using this helpful little aid now? Here goes.
Yeah. Now let's see what we've got. Wait. Look at that. Eh. What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. Yes, yes, yes. That's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power. Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question.
Basic principles of the stereoscope.
As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures in 3 dimensions. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yes, there must have been.
Now hold the fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple.
It is.
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
That means at some time in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zookers?
Not Googling that one. Someone tampered?
New information? Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far? Stop.
Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know that the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift of items on the counter.
He's the older one.
No.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brother said in testimony before. They said that they did not even have time to pull dukes from lucid lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and lucid lockets is pockets. But this, another lie? Is that what you are saying? Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, there a minute. You can be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely. And why, exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter.
All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. I like that. His hands are clean, he doesn't want to do it. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this submission examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Hey, well done. Oh, by the way... What? You should hold on to this, Bruno. You'll never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Stereoscope has been entered in the court record. Great. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. Sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, Lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued. All right. Keep it moving. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense's counsel summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks. Yep. However, that was a lie. You brothers, on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Outstanding, idiots. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov. We hear you. We're Blab. We're Squeak. We're Peach.
Legal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, see, made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Didn't have to give me a fright, we was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We took everything back where we found it, and scarpered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? I mean, you could have. So you admit the defense's accusation. Did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. You say we hardly sound like roughs at all. Don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Okay, so we're just looking at why they were there then? Knocked a few things over, we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Okay, so... then here, maybe?
Hold it!
So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked this one of us that much, yeah? The bag of nerves needs to keep his shirt on. Well, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette, knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Me granny would have been scared back into a grave after a clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some.
Is that right?
Oh. Hey, Gregson.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout out something before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. It does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help but feel I can't help but feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, fellows. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs. Here you are. The gunshot, we heard her voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." The bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so we should have just fired it instead of yelling at the— Wait, what? Hey, hey, hey. Wait a minute. Then what's going on with this, right? What's going on here? Did y'all stage this? Ain't no way, right?
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? I see it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, now she has, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm. Surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Well, yeah, if your eyewitnesses are saying that's not what happened. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Yet your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Okay. So, what the hell would it be then? Because they very clearly want me to present something here, right? Maybe crime scene photograph? Like, cause this only makes sense. Also, we didn't get punished for that. So maybe they know, right? Maybe the revolver? No shot, it's the revolver.
Objection!
I'm gonna go with the crime scene photo. It only makes sense. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? I see, Gov. You got the picture? Yeah, he has, Nash. Is this wrong too? Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Okay, so this is it. You what? Gordon Benny, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused hand. Yeah, Multuli used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Finish him off? Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are. Right there. Eh. If the crime had taken place as you so colorly described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? The autopsy report, because it says he was shot in the back. Yep.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yeah, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? It's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you just now? Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun. Blue tracksuit. We got him. I might slip out. Ladies and gentlemen, we've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Gosh, Order. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? I'm ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blab now, you know what he'd do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Come on, the game's up. He'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright. Counter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like we was possessed. Like he was possessed. I thought we've had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him and then legged it through that door into the back. So then, you ever had nothing to do with killing him? That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that in moments before the victim was killed into the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yes. Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But, honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense,
proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Encounter with the victim. So, this seems like there's quite a bit. Were you over the counter? We got on him and then legged it through the door into the back storeroom. Legged it through the door into the back room, rather.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Oh, did I misunderstand that?
And then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Okay, I thought it said, and then we.
Bro, come on. That's it. He shoved me away, then he ran off through the door and shut himself in. Okay.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Yeah, that's right. He allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force open the door, or open the storeroom door.
You're not in a tornado, are you? I mean, we had a tornado warning earlier. About an hour and a half ago.
In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. Should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother here.
Never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You said you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one, good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So, in the end, the situation remains unchanged.
No, it doesn't.
Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr.
Yeah, you could have looked through the fucking gap in the window and pulled the trigger. Yeah, there could have been.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you had encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did?
What is your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums.
Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe.
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, like, I feel like I'm playing a fucking episode of Dora. Where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runa? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, for some time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Like, right here.
Take that!
The defense believed the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. Oh, I clicked a new scene and no one saw that. And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? The victim was in here.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
You are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom.
Well, according to Skulkin Brothers' earlier testimony, if Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was opened at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Easy.
Poor man shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so? Very well, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? You all are very fucking dumb, huh?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
It's absurd. We're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Please remember that.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. Almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? If I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, Those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh, yeah. Obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. Your theory is correct. That would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yeah, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hitting him back by the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. What we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Let's see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
Well, I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbank's murder. Got him. Anywho, they look as shady as a dense forest. That's pretty good. It was amazing, Runo. All the members in the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know. First time ever. And probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely you have to give a verdict of not... An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeke. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis that you've put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? Say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bully conjuring trick, whatever it is, to the troops on the ground, hmm? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed that. What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir. To the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that's which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Holmes... Take a shot. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Thank you very much, Cheese Sniffer 9000. Glad you're enjoying it. Your Lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. Single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. That's us. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness! I think you'll find... If the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Scrutiny. That's the word, not scrutiny. I have no idea what scrutiny is. Maybe they, like, package it and sell it by, like, a can. Made a bad mistake on another stream and I decided to change and not be the same person I was last time. We're all here for personal growth. Character development is great. Not the bottle! Pray forgive the discourtesy of dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her younger years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery? That fucked me up. The night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. I have here in my possession 1 more piece of evidence that the prosecution wishes to present. Oh, you ended up getting that. Fuck. That disc. I was about to say, wasn't that taken away during the day? Wait, how did he get that? Well, I mean, he's working with Scotland Yard, right? It makes sense for him to get that, but I wonder, is he gonna be making a point here? Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crimes she would not commit. The court forgets that fact as its peril. Or at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament of the defense... Lord Van Zeeks, I, Inspector Gregson... What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the Yard with the prosecution service, and, I think that it was agreed that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Fuck 'em. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. A warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Alright, well, we get to look at this again. Wait, did we ever look at this? Wait. We need to use the blood stain. We need to look at the blood stain. Because if it's green, that means that's his blood on the calendar, right? Is he still in the court record, Mr. Eggs Benedict? Hell yeah, he is. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. What about the baseness of the character? Because she said that I'm base, right? Like, that's pretty simple and easy to understand. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions. And rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Here, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. I really hate that everybody can fucking read my mind, right? That's what I told you last episode. What about that stylish guy that pressed Shoddy out? Well, I mean, even still, right? Like, there was no evidence that he was currently in the store, right? Obviously, he was shady and he was trying to get that music box disc, right? And at night, he might have come back, but there has been nothing to lead me to believe that he was there at the scene beforehand. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about it a bit in a bit of a fog up to now, if the truth to be told. But all of a sudden, the answer's bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability. Oh, we're gonna have to do another fucking summation examination, aren't we? I'm a little lost here, so what's going on thus far in the game? Well, each of these, like, chapters of the game are kind of, broken up into, they're kind of broken up into, like, their own specific stories. This is the finale of this game thus far, and basically the important information that I can give you right now that you need to know for this case is that, as it stands right now, this man was murdered inside of his own pawn shop. The person that they suspect did it was Miss Gina Lestrade, who was locked in the back room of the pawn shop with him, gun in hand. These two people were observed fleeing the scene of the crime, and on their way out, they shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes, who, if you can't tell who he's supposed to be, I really don't know what to tell you. Great detective, Herlock, you get it. But now we are led to believe that this person could have, or my suspicion arises thus far is that this person, who was seen inside the pawn shop earlier looking for specific effects of a person who was recently involved in a case, right? He was showed up, he was trying to get something from the pawnbrokery that belonged to him, but when he was turned away, he's still in the record, so I feel like he's a little bit more important than he's not. So we're currently trying to figure out who killed this man. We're trying to defend this girl. These two people have the most suspicion on them right now, and it is our personal opinion of belief that this man might become a little bit more relevant. But we need to look at the blood stain on this particular music disc. Can I do that now, actually? Oh, Runo, look! This is blood! Thank you, Iris. Yeah, you're right. It's just a small spear, but it's definitely blood. Please be green. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. It's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? A flash. Green? Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. See, that's what I was saying. When we were in the shop the first time, there was no way that could have been Herlock's blood on the calendar. Wait, that color. What is it? Just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Alright, well, we know whose blood that is. Easy. Oh. Now we just wait. It would have been funnier if they had him in the jury.
Guilty.
Fuck up.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Also, can I say that it's really funny that they have what's his name? Was his name like Bolshevik or something? I forget. The Russian mercenary that was fleeing. It's kind of cool that he popped up again. I just peeped old buddy using his head. Villain, yeah. His first name was really just Villain. Yeah, his hands are clean. He just came out of surgery. Bro, come on. Come on, bro. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. Proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garrett Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Fuck it up. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Well, shit. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics experts. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Let's go. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that jolly well I'd been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris? Prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Wait a minute, what he said, there is nothing I do not know about guns, that's a little scary to me. That, and combined with the I have seen many shootings, nobody on the fucking bench was just like, hey bro, what did you mean by that? What do you mean you've seen a lot of shootings? But small answer for that, cheese sniffer. That guy is actually a somebody that we ran into in the second, or we learned about in the second chapter of this game. We never actually, this is our first time meeting him. But there was a newspaper article that we read describing a Russian revolutionary that fled the country. And he is now on the jury for this trial. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Is to the truth coming out. Eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Clap. Yes, my lord. That makes him more sus because of his role/occupation? Well, nobody knows that. Nobody knows that he is a Russian revolutionary except for the player at this point, which is kind of a nice little spin-off. A rogue, always a rogue. I want to talk to the doctor. What you got for me, big dog?
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is... Oh, fuck. Couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot. The bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, we're operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Ehrlich? Oh, Airlock? Oh, Airlock. Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb, and I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw my hands up and just stitch the fella back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake. Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now! How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Alright, where's an expert when you need one? Oh boy, do I have the guy- wait, no, I wanna get... We've seen that guy before. Thank you.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is put jurors against... What? Ooh, a ballistics expert? Fitting.
P-I-T-T.
On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound to his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Willy. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling for juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very simple situations in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. Running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Ollie. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and were on dog sleds.
Mental note. Don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. This situation was very simple to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how you say, exit wound.
Then where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound.
Gracious!
This piece of ice quickly melted inside me. That is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Huh?
Shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. Pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigation. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when we arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. All extremely unconventional during a summation examination. I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
It exploded.
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
His bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop.
A delightful, complex aroma. Well, it would appear that one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. Well, we just got some new evidence. The bungling and burglaring brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help. With bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Thank you, Iris. Well, let us peep the court record. Because I want it to... This fucking thing is getting bigger by the moment. Right. Oh! Bullet. Oh, look. There's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to left this hole behind. And it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Well, I mean... yeah. But if it entered here and came out here, would this bulge just not be the bullet? It's really scorched badly here. Ooh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. That looks like a bullet on the inside to me. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet. A stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired that night at Windibanks. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. Alright. Easy peasy lemon parcheesi. I want to look at the bullet, too. Dog, this thing really didn't get fucking hit for nothing. That's fucked. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing. It saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital. Wonder how lucky he really was. Dear, poor Hurley. They really cut that man open to try to find the bullet, but it was never inside him. Also really lucky for us that that Mr. Van Zeeks did not investigate this as well either. Alright. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. Can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow. I'm sure of it. Well, of course there is. Because I'm not stupid. Alright. Only 2 bullets were found at the scene? Well. How do I present here? Is it just go into the court record and present it? No? Do I have to press her?
Hold it!
I guess because we found the bullet but we never brought it to the court's attention, like, hey, here's this bullet. It's a number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table set. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. Why don't you guys rather like fine china?
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose. There was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware. I'd have to reconsider my position.
A third bullet somewhere of the scene. Could that be It's impossible. There is no way I could prove it. Absolutely none. No way whatsoever could I ever prove a third bullet exists at the scene of the crime. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The third bullet. Oh boy, what evidence will I need to present here? If only I knew exactly what I needed to present. You know. Something.
Take that!
To be fair, people could press here before finding the bullet. Yeah, that's true. Here it is. Discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Winterbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
Hey, wait a minute. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. You know that thing you kept? You fucking moron. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah.
2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
And the examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
But that must mean...
That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Is he playing off steam? That I am.
Order, order, order! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Let me see. Well, yeah, I thought they weren't all hidden, but you see the keyboard buttons. We got that.
Jupiter. What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Oh, here we fucking go with these 2 chuckle fucks again.
Witnesses?
Governor?
You listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. Third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
I'm on mobile, so I can't see the corners very well. Fair enough. Oh. Shit. I missed that line. Make of it, I didn't make nothing of nothing, I can't help it.
Is it one of yours?
Oh, blimey, Gov. God blimey. Not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. What about the 3rd person that you said that was your brother that you, like, somehow missed? What happened to that guy? How soon we forget poor Sulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
For me, it's an end scratcher.
Counsel for the defense?
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Skulkin brothers? Fuck me.
Well, I mean, they had another gun.
On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pig swim. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed.
What's going on, Juice? How you doing?
Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
The Skulkin brothers are lying, and know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? I don't know, if there was some sort of like blood evidence that maybe would lead us to presenting him.
Was drinking liquor at a hearing? That's the Reaper of the Old Bailey. Who's gonna stop him? Except for me. I mean, not from drinking liquor, I mean from being the prosecutor in this case. But who's gonna stop him from drinking the liquor? Well, counsel?
Supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is about it. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you there was another third intruder present at the scene? Well, I mean... I guess I present this and then he asks... Which one?
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
Jove! That portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Well, I mean...
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some sort of green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
Didn't you see that earlier? That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain? Green blood, curious even for you. Is the court to understand the intruder was some unhuman creature?
It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Oh, that brings a whole dimension to looking at blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, a striking blue.
Yes, so you see the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could this be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
And whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection! Whose identity is the court is still waiting to hear? Can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Mr. Eggert Benedict, excuse me. The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place.
And the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. And he cut himself. All right, we remember this. Hose on him. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. It's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red hand recorder,
Gubbins's? Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
You claim this man is the brother's accomplice.
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, never seen the geezer before in me life. Gov, all me life, never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can. Show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Just present the fucking music disc. Oh, wait, no. If I present the music disc, they'll be like, well, you can't prove that it's his blood. Did we take the sample? Hold on. Okay, great. Fuck yeah.
I really needed to know that we did that, because if that didn't happen and I presented the music disc and they were going to be like, well, how do we know that it's his blood? I would have been pissed off. Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Oh, well. Guess I just present the blood samples then?
Take that!
That proof is right here, in this portfolio. Gracious counsel, does that portfolio contain the answer to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend. But... enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? Oh, I wonder which one.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. It is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, right? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Poor sir, here's the disc. And he tried to fucking take it, and they fought over it for a second, and he cut his thumb. When I become nosy and old, I'm gonna start going to courtrooms instead of watching soaps. Shit seems spicy. I mean, yeah, definitely. But at the same time, they're not all like this interesting, right? This is like this is a very dramatized version of this. You're better off watching like Judge Joe Brown or Judge Judy, shit like that on TV, right? That's where the spicy stuff is that we get to experience. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions all over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's fingers to bleed. A resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. Say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. I noticed the moment it happened, he cut his thumb. Yeah, like, the second they introduced us, like, taking, like sprays and pictures of the blood and filing it, I was like, oh, well, everything that has blood is going to come up again. We just didn't have the music box disc. So, like, once we got the music box disc, that was a pretty easy, yeah, we got it, right? My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Talk shit, go ahead. Now you employ the chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect to take you seriously? These samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Hey. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. In real life, around this time, accusation wouldn't stand, blood starts to oxidize, and its composition would change. Well, yeah, its composition would change, but we're going off the notion that, A, there exists a gun that, and, I mean, even right now, Van Zeeks is kind of saying the same thing. We're going off of the assumption that this gun would change all blood of the same type to the same color, right? That's the assumption that they're going off of to make this claim. So I don't know whether they're going, yeah, 100%, that's exactly what would happen, or we're going to spiral out and be like, yeah, that's impossible, there's no way this would stand. But I mean, the accusation holds water, right? But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So to prove it, we're gonna cut you open, Runo. So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yeah, she's right. Lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Fuck you.
Not guilty.
We got him.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Iris is just standing behind the bench, flipping off. Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. Suck it. This trial will continue. Thus, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. Sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it! Just when I managed to prove the man was there at that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Jury number 5. What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Me, ma'am.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one which the gentleman has shown.
Oh, do you know his real name? Whatever that fucking AG nonsense is? The initials on his cane?
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5. Don't mean to say. You know this man.
Yes, I know him.
What? No. Good gracious! Order, order, order! Juror number 5. How on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see.
The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
Well, there we go.
Very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but... it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
I suppose that's it. That's why I felt something was wrong. The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. Your lordship bids. I've come to say hi and good night all. Thanks for coming out, HP. Even for a brief moment. You get some good rest. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Well, court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Hell yeah.
And like I said, we gonna keep it fucking pushing. Fuck the to be continued. I'm to be continued. I'm continuing. We are gonna save though. (17th of April, 12:41 p.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Gina, what are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? I go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me.
What? You saw it. That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this. Photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder.
How about you tell us what's going on in the picture then?
Well, I didn't think this would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who see that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it was a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm you can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Yeah, why fucking not?
Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. I'd really like to hear it from you.
You got an hour to tell us too, so how about you hurry that bullshit up? Let's fucking go.
After we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. To Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that Shums don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So, you broke into Winterbank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you'd like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
It was Winterbank. Easy. Nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew...
Please show him. Oh,
I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what.
wait, so he just keeps the gun on the counter at all times? Shit business strategy. Terrible business strategy. Come on, Winterbank.
No script. We got it here. Did Shum leave a load of papers with you? Story.
Beg your pardon?
How did it... something or other? If it's here, I want to see it.
Sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What do I want to do with it? I just want to see if it's here, is all.
Oh, want to see it, do you?
Want to know if Shum's really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
What is your favorite anime villain? Out of all time, I would have to say Griffith from Berserk, but more traditionally, like, you know, like the who you think of like big villains, I'm probably like more commonly known because I don't really think that Berserk has had a very good anime adaptation that covers everything. But if we're talking strictly anime, Crocodile from One Piece. I fucking love Croc. Wait.
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the manuscript. Shums weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What's that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Me? There's some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'll go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
So you think he's better than Doflamingo? Not saying you're wrong, but that's interesting. I think a lot of characters in One Piece are better than Doflamingo. I think Doflamingo's backstory doesn't make him a sympathetic villain. And I feel being very real and very honest, the more you can, like, understand and communicate with a villain, the better they are to me, right? Because the best villains in fiction are ones that you can see being good people at one point, right? Like, Doflamingo is just crazy, right? But Crocodile, I at the very least see as one point being somebody that was at least respectable. And you can see that from his interactions with Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats in Impel Down, right? You can see that he doesn't just want to like box with people, right? He wants to at least like
make up for and go against the world government because they're just fucking awful, right? So you can see, I can at least see Crocodile being a good guy, right? But with Doflamingo, right, I can't really ever say that he was a good person. Because with his backstory, it's Doflamingo was always a piece of shit. He was brought up a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit when he had wrongdoing done to him, right? And that just made him even more crazy, right? But Doflamingo was just truly always a piece of shit. That's why I can't really say that I enjoy him more, right? Crocodile, at least at the very base of talk, right? Like, he's just like, yeah, man, I just want to be a pirate. Being a pirate's fun. But with a villain that's just, he's an asshole, and he's an asshole through and through, like, I hate that. That's why I like Griffith so much. Because Griffith, you fully see and you fully understand what causes him to be evil, right? You understand why Griffith takes the actions that he does. Every single thing that Griffith does, you're like, I can realize why he did that. I can realize what happened here. But with Doflamingo, it's just like, why was he an asshole? I don't know. I guess he was just an asshole, right? Anywho, basically TLDR, and that's why, like, as much as I enjoy characters like Aizen as a villain, right? I don't think Aizen is that good of a villain from Bleach. I enjoy Aizen, I enjoy him being on screen, and I think he's a fun character, but I don't think he's a great villain. I think he's a decent villain, but I don't think he's a great villain. But anyways, I think I've divulged a lot, and I think I've wrapped that up quite nicely. But I really like villains where I can feel that they were at least at one point a good guy. That's why I don't really like Dio as a villain in JoJo's. And I like Funny Valentine more. Because Funny Valentine, you can go like, oh, there was a point where this guy was good. Or had the potential of being good. But yeah, wrapping that up, let's get back to it.
Don't be foolish, young girl. Well, stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
But I will say, as an addendum to that, going back to the topic for just a minute, it has to be, like, believable, and it just can't be like, oh, they used to be good, but now they're bad. It has to be a believable switch, right? Because a lot of stories do that, this guy was good, and now he is bad, right? And it's like, well, why is he bad? And it's like, well, one day it rained, and then it's like, well, why the fuck did he do that? Right? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Adachi, my boy, yeah, especially, like, and considering that was another game that we've played here before, I think Adachi is a much more interesting and better villain than what the fuck was the bald fucker in Persona 5, right? I think Adachi blows any villain in Persona 5 out of the water. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I'm back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Shido. Yeah, the bald guy. I think Akechi is probably, like, the closest to Adachi, right? But I don't think he gets quite there, because Akechi has his, like, big turnaround, and then Royal goes, who knows if it really happened? Ooh! So, fuck Persona 5. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? I was just about to go out in the storeroom myself, when... Bang? Yeah. Bang, bang, back to back. I had a couple of gunshots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. y'all's opinions, but at the end of the day, Croco didn't have a backstory. Dofi did. Yeah? I mean, a villain doesn't have to have a fantastic backstory for them to be a good villain. Like, that's what I'm saying. As long as their actions seem believable. Doflamingo just seems like a fucking insane person. That's my point. I can't fuck with Dofi as much as I do Crocodile. I can't fuck with Dofi as much as I do Big Mom, right? That's just me. It's cool if you like Doflamingo more. You like the crazy bastard as a villain more. I just can't. Maruki was a good antagonist. He was. The only unfortunate thing about Dr. Maruki is that he was placed in that game with the events that unfolded. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. And so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, ew. Winterbank was a goner. Felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. It must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, old Cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for them. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Still haven't really shown how awful they can be. We're shown their most base desires in the worst possible light. They're not given a chance for proper fleshing out. P5 is based on the player characters, not the villains. Yeah, which is why I think that's dog shit. A good story focuses on both the villains and the antagonist and the protagonist. If it can't do both, then why the fuck am I playing? It's a biased story. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? Eggert Benedict. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Appreciate your honesty. You what? We can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. It's in our auto. Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten about what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Are you going to finish the trial? Possibly. Depending on how much more we have to go. It doesn't feel like we have too much longer, though. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No. Could never forget that. Oh. Did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. The accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan. I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I'm so happy I cried. Even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking. Surely he really doesn't believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. In turn, developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? Promise you, Gina, no matter what happens, keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. Won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. It's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruhodo, Aww. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yeah, of course. Thank you. The point being, having just pure evil villains can still make for an entertaining story. Take Madarame, for example. You probably hated him. That's the main point. We're not meant to like the villains. If we're meant to like the villains, that means there's probably one of two things that happen in the course of the story. One, the villains probably have intentions that make them seem heroic in someone's mind. And I'm going to wait for your second before continuing. Because I feel like it's... Like, what I'm saying is it's easier to make a villain that you hate. Just flat out don't like it all, right? Or they have helped and assisted the PCs in some manner before. Because me saying I much more respect villains that I can see as at one point weren't exactly evil is one thing, right? You very clearly can make villains that were just evil for no reason that are still good. Like I said, I like Aizen from Bleach. I think Aizen is one of my favorite villains from Bleach. But at the same time, I don't think he is a great villain, right? Because he does some very evil fucking shit, right? But at the same time, that doesn't mean I think he's like any better of a villain than somebody else compared next to him. I like him, sure, right? And he's just evil for the sake of being evil, right? But at the same time, right, like, think about, we want to talk about the Persona 5 villains, right? What villain is more interesting and what villain is more, I hate this person, than fucking what's his name, the very first, the gym teacher, right? Can't remember his fucking name. The volleyball coach, right? I think that is the common consensus that is that he is the worst villain. Kamoshida, right? Kamoshida is like the worst villain in that game, right? He's the one you detest the most, right? Why is he the one you detest the most? It's because he does the most vile things, right? He's sexually exploiting his female students. he is beating and abusing his male like students and essentially players on the volleyball team, right? But just because the severity of the vileness of his actions, right, doesn't really mean that he is a better villain, right? He just has the most vile actions to his name. He's the most realistic as well. I mean, yeah, but I think at the same time, a lot of those villains are realistic. Shido is a pretty realistic in his motives and actions. Madarame is pretty realistic in his motives and actions. Does that make them better villains? No. Right? Does that make them more hated? No. Not at all. There's a reason why Kamoshida is considered the best villain from that game. And I think it's because of the severity of his actions. I guess in terms of players' likelihood of experiencing that firsthand in real life, yeah. But again, just because something is relatable doesn't mean it's better in scale. But the shit that fucking Kamoshida was doing is in comparison worse morally, right? It provides a bigger moral conundrum than any of the other ones in the story, right? Because, like, think about it. Look at, like, pair up all of what everybody does, right? Madarame is profiting off of one of his pupils, right? The fat mobster is literally just in the mob and he peddles drugs. Okay. Shido is a corrupt politician. That's pretty cool. Fucking what is Haru's last name? Haru's dad is literally trying to ship his daughter off for a political marriage, right? Kaneshiro has to be one of the most forgettable villains? Exactly. He is literally so fucking forgettable that I don't, like, the only thing that I remember about him is that he turns into a fly. Kaneshiro fucking sucks. But he's just evil. Madarame killed Yusuke's mom, don't forget that one. Yeah, and again, murder is less detestable than fucking preying on children in school. That's what I'm saying. Fucking murder. The guy that murdered someone isn't as bad of a villain as someone who was using his students for sexual favors. That's what I'm saying. Kamoshida just feels worse because of the severity of his actions, right? But the rest of the villains fucking suck. Okumura doesn't really have anything interesting other than, well, he was gonna go sell out his daughter. That sucks pretty hard, right? Because you see how that affects Haru. But even still, that doesn't make him as good of a villain in that game to a lot of people as Kamoshida is a villain, right? Antagonists and villains are different, though. Right, which is why I'm completely describing as all of the Persona 5 ones are villains. Okumura was just the CEO of McDonald's? Yeah. That was a cheese sniffer? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Shido is just an evil politician. Ooh. You know what I mean? Like, Persona 5 villains past Kamoshida are dog shit. Maruki is like the only saving grace, but the story didn't write him up to be a good villain in the last, because his I will say, Maruki is the best of what that game has to offer for, like, seeing them transform into the person that you're supposed to not like, right? But at the same time, how the game handles him at the end, I feel is a very big drop ball. I feel they set him up fucking perfectly all the way to the 3rd semester, and then they dropped the fucking ball. That's also because Haru got skipped on screen time. Her own spotlight was stolen by Mona. Yeah, and let's talk about what kind of bullshit that was, that he was fucking freaking out because Ryuji said he was a bad navigator. God, that game... Oh, thinking about that game is making me mad again. Holy shit, do I hate that game. My goodness. Anyway, I think I've spun on long enough, right? I think I've spun on long enough about talking about villains and whatnot. Let's get back to the game. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. "17th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom." Where is he? You guys have reserved a spot for him. Where is he? I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission of this 3rd bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. What's up, dickhead? Thank you for complying with the court subpoena in such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, an upstanding member of London society is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ah, there's the AG. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised by the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. There are a bunch of videos I'd like you to watch in your free time. Overly Sarcastic Productions on YouTube has some great examples. Yeah, and my opinion is that I don't think I'm going to change my mind. Persona 5 is shit, I'm sorry. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there in the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Green. We'll respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Whoa! Gladly, my lord. Gladly. We go. Naturally, I have the occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. You are seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? Must say, I am dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system that demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at the least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... I don't want this. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright. Alright. I think it was the second to last one. No intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, I guess we can press this? Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There is no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? What? Forgot? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholm's character, anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh. What you got for me, boss?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times do I have to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Oh, blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing! Honest, Gov, nothing! I was just thinking... If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up. You really just died. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. Damn, sound like you're guilty to me? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Tobias, you wanna cut in here? You wanna I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Wonderbank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. So now, I really hope Gregson reacts and I don't have to just press this fucking statement. Oh no, wait, I have to press it to get it to react, right? Bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Yeah, about that.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study.
Objection!
Oh, I didn't want to... No! You were there to redeem an article. I hit spacebar and I thought I was about to present something. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Inspector. Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself outside in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. At that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... Afraid I don't remember too clearly. Gregson, what the fuck? What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Regsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windabank. Yeah, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Oh, could you have presented the picture? Or do we even have that as evidence? Hold on. No, we don't have that picture. Fuck, I thought it got added. That would have been cool if you could have, if they added this and you could have presented it. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregson, what the fuck? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks.
But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Runa? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he has nothing to do with Windibanks. Oh, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. So, what would I be presenting then? Fuck. Wait, didn't he have this? Didn't he try to present this? We still haven't used this at all. This is gonna be fun. The disc? Well, no, because he's just gonna say that that's not his blood, right? I mean, it could, but here, let's get to that last statement because I think that's where we have to. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Like, looking at this line right here, right? He was going for the disc on that day, not just the blood itself. Yeah, but what I feel like is going to happen is, if I present this, I can be like, yes, and you injured yourself on this disc, and your blood's on this to prove it. How do you know that's my blood? Right? Like, that I feel might be like the line of logic there. I mean, it might be the best. It might be the best thing I have, honestly. And speaking of the best thing I have, you guys, JCW with a gift over to Cheese Sniffer. Welcome to the family, Cheese Sniffer, and thank you very much, JC, for the gift. If you're still here, Cheese Sniffer, please be sure to show your what word am I looking for? Fucking appreciation. That's the one. And you already beat me to it, so thank you very much. But I mean, like, this is the only thing that I could think, like, I might get fucked up here, but... Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why, is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. That somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times before, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. Oh, well, yeah, I guess we could ask him to show his thumb. But I mean, like, wouldn't he also say that's an invasion of privacy and he doesn't want to do that? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to examine your thumb? because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. You could also just go, I got it doing work. You know, I work at the communications station.
Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It really is quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? But on the back of the... But on the back of the... But you know on the back of the... But you know on the... But you know on the back... But you... But you know on the back of the... On the back of the disc it says from Mr. McGilded, right? Anywho. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, tell the court everything you know about this disc now. I have run out of water. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Okay, I'm glad he cleared that up right away. Also, how would you know that? Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. So in the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Is that right? You ran out of water. I took the sip that I just took, Kyoro, made me run out of water. What do you think I meant by that?
I hear you correctly, sir. McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who got toasted like a fucking marshmallow?
Yes, my lord. The one in the Seine.
Lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon in Windibanks in order to get his hands on Mr. McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Well, how are we feeling? Second to last? This was taken by the police? Yeah, because I feel like Gregson would say something about that.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. It was this very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Well, I mean...
Excuse me!
How the fuck would they be doing that? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? Last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigating secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Agnes McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Yeah, and he did that shit. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Papas like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get any more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. He's got a fursuit? What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Right. But absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Well, I mean, if you were trying to recover this thing, right? Then it would make sense that you were going back for this thing. At least that makes sense to me, right? Because we still have no idea where this small box is. He was looking for two music discs, but he only found the one.
Objection!
That makes sense. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. The description reads, a pair of D's. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect you that you did. Or to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, this makes a solid argument.
But that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Clam. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
You'll be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks.
Do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. The night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
Don't tell me you have the box.
Please don't tell me you have the box. Body rich niggas. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court.
Oh, please don't tell me I'm gonna do some more stereoscope bullshit. Please, no. Oh, you motherfuckers.
Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
What are these red-handed recorders again?
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customer, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGildred's small box had been forfeited already.
Hey, yo.
What's up, Chris?
Cumulativity back for the 9 months. Thank you for sticking with the family, brother. Appreciated as always. And what's up is we're getting deep into this case here. We're getting pretty close to the, I might have... Where did I put my pretzels? Pretzel time. That cell image is so cursed. It's a good emote. I like it. It's been a minute since I've eaten one of these, and I forgot how dry it made my mouth. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise. Take a sippy, Ayame, I'm all out of water. I gotta go fill up real quick. Would you guys be alright with me going fill up my water cup real quick? I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Stay here, nobody move. Alright, chat room. Very important thing. I have food. So, I'm hungry. I'm about to eat. Which means we are going to listen to Van Zeke's theme, The Reaper of the Bailey, while I eat this Wendy's burger and fries. Is there enough for the class? The class can go fuck itself. I'm hungry. Did you bring enough to share? No. I always hated that in school. Did you bring enough to share with the class? Now, why the fuck would I do that? It just doesn't make any sense, you know what I mean? Chat's starving? Bro, if y'all are hungry, now it's time to go get some food too. What kind of burger though? This is a Dave's double. Shout out Dave. I don't think I've ever met him, but you do be having good burger choices. And fries better be hot. They're pretty cold. The I've had this for a minute. When it was open during a tornado, that tornado warning is long past. If that tornado is coming, then it's been a minute. It is arriving fashionably late. I don't know what I like more. The fact that I had to stop my stream to eat because I was hungry, or the fact that more people have come here while I was eating. I hate the viewer count I saw rise for a little bit while I was eating. That was stupid. Is Wendy's good? It's a burger shop, right? Like, I don't think I have any ranting or raving reviews about Wendy's. But I mean, it's food, right? What Pokemon do you guys think you have the best chance at beating in a fight? I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna go with Ditto, because I know I'm stronger than myself. Magikarp easy until it bounces on you. You're done. You're done. If a Magikarp uses bounce on you, you're finished. Oddish is at least getting the fucking, the mutual kill, because Oddish will just poison you. Or paralyze you. Oddish gets stun spore, right? Like, any Pokemon that has, like, a move, it's just going to take you out. Right? Like, once you dedicate yourself to fighting a Pokemon, you're done. Right? That's why I picked Ditto. Because Ditto's only option is to transform into me. And I can't do anything special. I know I could beat my ass. Even baby Pokemon? Bro, what does Pichu do against anything? It just shocks it to death, right? Smoochum gets Ice Punch. You're done. Happiny getting folded? Yeah, so you think you get hit with an egg bomb, it's curtains. What's the Pokemon that only knows Sketch? Smeargle. So I guess like Ditto and Smeargle would be my answers, right? What about Ursaring? You're not fighting a bear. If you see me in the forest fighting with a grizzly bear, help me. Not the bear. Unknown gets hidden power. What does that move do? Don't worry. Anywho, burger and fries are done. Let's get back to it. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. Victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. See, so we have two pictures to compare. Must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Yeah, me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of the possible motives for this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So, your men have already compared the two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Yeah, but one of the box had a music note, a music disc inside of it. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. Don't dance, dickhead. I'd have been able to break him down at last. Now what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if in these two photographs, or I wonder if these two photographs are really the exact same. When I changed my answer earlier to Slowpoke, Gen 2 just came to mind to remind how stupid and defenseless those things are. Yeah, Slowpoke I feel is a valid answer until it's ready to kill you. In which case, enjoy getting your brain melted. What? Counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Well, hell yeah. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, Counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
A bullet.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh! That guy's over there fucking creaming his pants.
You caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you?
I've got the cross-eyed... You've got the cross-eyed compulsion!
Jury number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Go, now look through the eyepieces. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, Counsel.
Yeah, where the fuck could it be?
I wonder.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Let me... wait. Unbelievable. Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
You suggesting that the small box originally deposited by McGilded is in fact?
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Me looking at nudes. Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
Well, surely you know where we're going with this.
So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed.
It may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved just like that change things?
Changes everything.
It literally changes... Picked up. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
You're suggesting?
Well... I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Get fucked, idiot. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Why you mean mugging? Hey! Yo, look at someone else.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. Beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. Iponi's specialty, it would seem. Racism, take a shot. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbroker. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Wait a minute, I wasn't being racist? No. Van Zieks was.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense.
Please don't.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets. And a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. Not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Well, goodness knows if Mr. McGilded was rich enough. Can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Not again!
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well,
counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
well,
What's the matter, Runa? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character. We know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry, what do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright. The exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilded deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something only that Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here?
oh, fucking testify, are you serious?
My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. I will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Well, shit. Well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade. Witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testify. As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Luck, Runo.
We got it. Don't worry. We got it.
The articles that Mr. McGillet had deposited when